Is this one on? Okay, I'll just use this one. On May 20th, 2026, the regular board meeting of the Talbot County Public Schools will open at 5:06 for purposes of declaring a quorum, and will move to the closed session as permitted by the Maryland Open Meetings Act, Section 3-305B, Provisions 1, 7, 8, and 9 of the General Provisions Article of the Annotated Code of Maryland, and Section 3-103 of the General Provisions Articles of the Annotated Code of Maryland for the following reasons. Citation 3-305B, Provision 1, regarding personnel reporting, to discuss the appointment, employment, assignment, promotion, discipline, demotion, compensation, removal, resignation, or performance evaluation of appointees, employees, or officials over whom it has jurisdiction, or any other personnel matter that affects one or more specific individuals. Citation 3-305B, Provisions 7 and 8, regarding legal matters, to consult with counsel to obtain legal advice on the following legal matters, and 8, to consult with staff, consultants, or other individuals about pending or potential litigation, which includes the following: a social media lawsuit regarding litigation on behalf of school districts against Facebook, TikTok, Snapchat, and YouTube, a lawsuit regarding an alleged injury to a student, an OCR case regarding special education services, a student case regarding the alleged failure of TCPS to provide a free, appropriate public education, a student case involving school/residential placement, and allegations regarding the Child Victims Act. Citation 3-305B, Provision 9, to conduct collective bargaining negotiations or consider matters that relate to negotiations. So moved.
Second.
All those in favor? Any opposed? Okay, thank you very much. We will now move into closed. Hello, everybody. It's Full House. Nice to see you all tonight. Welcome to the May 20th regular board meeting of the Talbot County Board of Education. Could everybody please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance? Okay, before we approve tonight's agenda, I'm going to make a motion to amend it under new business to add introduction of a resolution regarding discipline.
Second.
All those in favor? Any opposed? Okay. Moving right along. I make a motion that we approve the minutes of the April board meeting, what was the date? April 15th board meeting.
Second.
All those in favor? Any opposed? Okay, we're going to start with recognition of the public.
Good evening. Good evening. Novel.
Details.
Good evening, board members and visiting guests. One of the favorite parts of the evening where we can recognize students and staff for doing wonderful things this year. And so we will start with one of our teachers, Mr. Keeler. We want to congratulate and thank you. Mr. Keeler is an 8th grade history teacher at Easton Middle School, and you could see up there he was recognized by the Cash Campaign of Maryland. And so he won the Maryland Financial Education and Capability Award for middle school teachers in the state of Maryland. And you could see the award is given based off his longstanding commitment to teaching students the value of investing and long-term financial decision-making through hands-on experiences like the stock market game. He's known for investing his time in helping his students see possibilities beyond immediate gratification and for helping them learn to connect financial concepts to their own lives and interests. Thank you for your many years of dedication to the students of Talbot County Public Schools. You are greatly appreciated. Come on up and get your recognition. And so his certificate reads, Certificate of Appreciation presented to Mr. Edward Keeler with sincere gratitude for your many years of commitment and for the work you have done to help support the financial education of students in Talbot County. Congratulations on receiving the Maryland Financial Education and Capability Award. Thank you. And we're going to take your picture right up front. Yep. Right here? Yes. We'll probably come up front a little bit. Next, we have 3 TCPS students. They are the Junior Achievement 2026 18 Under 18 cohort. The first up is Christopher Jackson, and you could see there what they have done. All 3 have led by example. They've helped shape a brighter future for the Eastern Shore of Maryland. They are entrepreneurs, community leaders, artists, athletes, all united by curiosity, determination, and a desire to make a difference. These students have been selected to receive this. They are all under the age of 18. They've been selected in recognition based on their leadership and service and because of the positive impact they make both within their schools and in their communities. So I'm going to call them up one at a time, and their certificate reads, Certificate of Achievement, presented to, and I will start with Wyatt Blessing, in honor of your recognition as a member of 18 Under 18 2026 cohort of the Junior Achievement of the Eastern Shore. Congratulations and best wishes for continued success. Next up, Christopher Jackson.
Handshake.
And Madison Moore. No stress. Congratulations. Go up front, we're going to take a picture.
I'm gonna sit down.
Okay. I'm going to briefly explain this, and then I'm going to turn it over to our staff members that will explain and talk about our Senior Service Stars. So High School Senior Service Star Awards, you can see, honors graduating seniors who demonstrate outstanding leadership, dedication, and community service by recognizing efforts that go beyond academic achievements. This award highlights students who foster positive community impact through their volunteer efforts. Currently, MSDE, Maryland State Department of Education, requires 75 service learning hours for graduation. And so I will pass it over to Ms. Brown, and you could talk about these students.
Hello, everyone. I am very happy to be a part of the service learning team for Talbot County Public Schools. Probably have been a part of that team since the beginning of time, but there's a certain energy that you cannot measure the benefit in any way when you see a student get engaged in service, seek a problem or an issue in a community that really needs to be addressed, and then wholeheartedly puts their passionate heart into making that a better situation. So tonight from Easton High School, I would like to introduce to you John, better known as Jack Chappell, who is our service star for Easton High School 2026. Jack started service probably when he was about 3 or something, but we don't count hours until you're 6. And he was very wise to join an organization that's really important to my heart too, and that is the 4-H organization. And part of our pledge says, I pledge my hands to a larger service. And that is exactly what Jack has done over the past years. One of the things that I really look at when we're selecting service stars is that it's continual. I started in 6th grade, I did more in 7th grade, 8th grade, 9th grade, 10th grade. 6th grade may not be so bad. You don't have a car, you don't have a job, you have time for all these things. But when you are a junior and a senior and your hours continue to multiply by leaps and bounds, that means you're a dedicated service star. I'm going to have Jack tell you a little bit about the slides that he's prepared, but I would like to just tell you a few. Toys for Tots, Empty Bowls, Waterfowl, Shore Rivers, The Gratitude House, Baywater Pets, Talbot County 4-H Fair and Harvest Festivals, Christ Church Pantry Outreach, St. Vincent de Paul, Talbot Goes Purple, Youth Development Retreat, Chesapeake Cycling, and the list goes on. That's just a few. Jack has achieved 660 service learning hours with only a requirement needed of 75. We are very excited. Jack, come on down.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Jack Chappell. I'm a senior at Easton High School. I would like to start off with some of my favorite volunteer organizations that I've worked with. The Gray Street Recovery, which was my Diamond Clover Level 6 project, as for 4-H, as she mentioned. Talbot County Ag Center and County Fair, where I worked at Midway Games, which, so if you have been to the Talbot County Fair, you've probably seen me work those. I've been doing it since I was a little kid. And Toys for Tots. But through service, I have learned that service is something I want to continue as a part of my life and the community I am a part of wherever I go after college. Through volunteering and leadership in 4-H and other community activities, I have seen how giving my time and effort can make a real impact in the process. I have gained just as much in return. These experiences have helped me develop strong communication and leadership skills, and have shown me that I enjoy working with and connecting with people from all different backgrounds. Where it all began. So when I was 8 years old, obviously, all of us have been 8 years old before. We don't really want to go volunteer, so to say. But I have a mother who will make me do stuff even if I don't want to do it, which is a good thing. I don't think it's a good thing when you're a teenager, like I didn't think it was. But obviously now I look back at it and I'm very thankful that she pushed me to where I am right now. But when I was 8 years old, my mother took me to Bailey Chase around Easter time. I was very frustrated in the car, obviously, 8 years old. I don't think Fortnite was out then. I'd probably rather have been playing Minecraft, something like that. But I sat in the car frustrated, obviously wishing I could be anywhere else. But after delivering the wreaths, honestly, something shifted in me. I felt unexpectedly good. I even said to my mom, I said, "Why do I feel good?" In that moment, I'd still think about it today, even obviously 15, 16, 14 years old. Still, sometimes you don't want to go volunteer, but then I think about the impact it has on me and how it makes me feel, and I kind of just, suck it up, so to say, but I still go out and do it. Volunteering in action, obviously, she listed a lot of the ones, but the Waterfowl Festival, Talbot County Fair and Harvest Festival, Toys for Tots, Ride for Clear Rivers, Rest Stop, Talbot County Health Department, the Gratitude House, Christ Church Easton, which is my church, Valentine's for Veterans, Chesapeake Cycling Club, and the Talbot Interfaith Shelter. And then, I guess, me volunteering in action. This is me, Midway Games. As you can see, very different person each time to show you how long I've been doing it. Up here, that's me at Christ Church, Toys for Tots, the Rest Stop, cycling, and then that's me at Willow Construction, which is where we have our 4-H meetings doing crafts for, I can't remember, that was for something for Easter for, I don't remember who. And then my Diamond Clover 4-H project, I teamed up with Grace Street Recovery. I completed 149 service hours on drug and alcohol awareness. I created this interactive wheel for education that I used on Easton's Night Out, but the police, they still use it wherever events they go to. So it's still in use today. You might, if you go to another event, you might see it. I led art projects and outreach, obviously at National Night Out, but I also did it at the Talbot County Fair. Just got children to use the Talbot Goes Purple colors, and that was made, I think, as a collage for the Grace Street Recovery House. And we donated books and resources to Grace Street Recovery, so books that helped children basically with children's books that help them kind of not like make them think about their parents with addiction and how they can help them, how adults, even if they want to, there was adult books that adults could read. And then for my future plans, I'm attending the University of Mississippi to double major in risk management, insurance, and finance. And that is all.
Did I not say it was priceless? Can't put a price tag on that. St. Michael's, yes, here she comes.
Good evening. It is my honor to introduce an exceptional young woman whose dedication to service, leadership, and academic excellence truly embodies the very best of our students. Tonight, we recognize Tess Weller for her outstanding commitment to serving others through volunteerism and community involvement. Throughout her high school career, she has accumulated an incredible 552 service hours through her work with Pickering Creek Audubon Center and the Midshore STEM Camp, demonstrating not only compassion and leadership, but also a genuine desire to make a positive impact on those around her. Her accomplishments extend far beyond service to our community. Tess has earned congressional nominations to the United States Merchant Marine Academy, the United States Air Force Academy, and the United States Naval Academy. an achievement that reflects extraordinary character, determination, and academic excellence. She has also received appointments to both the U.S. Air Force Academy and the U.S. Naval Academy, ultimately choosing the U.S. Naval Academy as her next step in her journey of service and leadership.
Hi, everyone. It's great to be here tonight. I'm Tess Weller. So the beginning, my service career began at Pickering Creek when I was a camper, like over 10 years ago. That's me right there with my brother. We were campers. We caught frogs. We went fishing. We went canoeing. We did all sorts of things. And then as we grew up, when we became teenagers, we had the opportunity to volunteer at this camp. That's me right there. And we became junior naturalists, so we were giving back to the community that we just helped at. We taught kids how to fish, how to canoe. We helped lead them through the woods, all sorts of activities that we ourselves, we did when we were younger, when we were their age. This is more specifically into Pickering Creek. Kids playing in mud. Over there, that's me holding a snake. I have a snake wrapped around my neck. Next to that, that's me holding the snake and teaching the kids how to touch it. That's my favorite memories. At Pickering Creek, throughout all the volunteers, we don't go by our real names. We go by something called nature names. So mine was Sparrow. They don't know your real names. There was also a Dirt, a Stick, a Mud Puppy. And then Friday, it's kind of like a big surprise, like, what do you think my name is? And then telling the kids their real names. There's some times when I'm in public and I see these kids and they run up to me and they're like, Sparrow! They still don't know my real name, which is awesome. We sing on the wagon. There's a wagon up there in the corner, and there's all these wagon rules, and one of them is singing is what makes the wagon move. So we always sing on the wagon, so much fun. And then watching the kids find toads. As you can imagine, when a kid sees a toad and they run after it, they get very excited. That's an incredible thing to watch. This is the other camp I volunteer at, the Midshore STEM camp. I started when I was a sophomore. It helps two groups of people, the elementary school students and the high school STEM leaders. The high school STEM leaders volunteer their time throughout the year, and we come up with a plan on how to teach these kids for 1 week out of the summer. The first year, I was part of the media committee, so I took pictures of the kids. The second year, I was part of the curriculum committee, so I helped throughout the year. I made the curriculum. There were 3 people in my committee, and with them, I reached out to a CPR trainer, an ambulance crew, and we got together and we worked to get these people in to help teach these kids all about healthcare. That was our theme for that week, was healthcare. Each year has a different theme. Up there is the kids learning how to do CPR. This is a picture that I took my first year when I was part of the media committee. That's me in my lab coat. We get lab coats, the STEM chairs. Yeah, my favorite memory is we had a cardiologist come in and he did a cardiac catheterization with the kids. And I watched them feed pipes through these little tubes, and it was so cool. They were absolutely amazed. It was so cool. So my future plans is to attend the United States Naval Academy and commission as an aviator. I will continue helping people as I go throughout my military career. And I would like to thank my teachers, fellow STEM leaders, junior naturalists, and family. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much.
Okay, we're going to move on to our student board member reports. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah. I did not mean to skip you, Clay team.
Okay.
You guys, please take it away.
What's that?
Go for it. You're up.
Okay, sounds good. This is not our first time here, and I'm here tonight for emotional support and to make sure nobody runs out the door. But without further ado, I'd like the team to come up and say a few words.
My name is Griffin Diffendaffer. I am currently a freshman and I am a new member to the team. And tonight I'm meeting one of the requirements for being part of this team. Next slide, please. We are here tonight once again to share some of the things we do aside from shooting clays. We are held to pretty high standards of the community service and often participate in community functions, which Carter will talk about next. Being part of the team is a commitment we make. I'm looking forward to being part of a winning team on and off the field. Carter will now share a few words.
Hi, my name is Carter Crouch. I'm one of the 3 Carters on the team. I am from St. Michael's High School, and this is my 2nd season on the team. Last season, I was on vacation the night of the team attended the board meeting. Somewhere in the back of my mind, I thought I would be overlooked. But a few weeks ago, I was reminded I have to be available for tonight. I'm glad to be a part of the team that St. Michael's and Easton have come together to form a team. Up on the screen is a picture of me teaching a group of middle school students explaining the game of skeet, what we do on the field. I explained the rules of the game, the equipment needed, and what it's like to be on the team. But I do not tell them that to speak at the board meeting. They will find out soon enough. Now, another Carter on our team will say a few words.
My name is Carter Langston. I'm a freshman at Easton, and I'm pleased to be part of the Clay team. The team has accomplished quite a few things last season. Next slide, please. Recently, a few team members conducted the opening ceremony at a celebration of life event for an elderly shooter who had passed away. This event was attended by over 100 people. This slide contains a letter given to the coach from the family of the deceased who were present at the celebration. They were very touched by what the team did and how they conducted themselves. The team members have attended National Night Out sponsored by law enforcement. During the event, they completed over 24 gun safety contracts with parents and children and passed out gun locks to parents. They had assisted at numerous sponsor events and raised over $20,000 in sponsorship money for the team. Their success in fundraising is largely due to their presence in the community. They also volunteered at several different venues during the Waterfowl Festival this past year. We also had a team member speak at the Easton Town Council meeting in March of this year regarding a gun safety program that we are planning to implement. Next slide, please. And by the way, the team won the conference championship again last season. Thank you for letting us share some of our accomplishments. Now James Heller will say a few words.
Hi, my name is James Heller. I'm not a new member of the team. However, because of my grades, I was unable to participate on the team last season. I'm pleased to report that my grades have improved and I'm back on the team this season. Currently, I'm on the honor roll and also participating in an apprenticeship program. Last month, I visited a college in Pennsylvania, which I'm thinking about attending after graduation next year. Next slide, please. I'm looking forward to having a great season with the team, and I'm glad to be a part of it once again. Next slide. Thank you for having us here this evening, and now I will not take any questions, but Coach will if you have any.
Any questions? One of the things that we're going to do next year is go under the name of Talbot County Clay Team. We will have kids from St. Michael's and kids from Easton participating on the same team, but it'll be under the guise of Talbot County Public Schools. So we'll have some new shirts and some new logos, and that's it. And thanks for having us here again this evening.
Okay, now we're moving on to our student board member reports. And first up this month, I think, is Tyler. Yes.
Hello, my name is Tyler Murphy, and welcome to St. Michael's month of May. First, what we're going to be getting into, we have school events, sports, senior activities, academics, and then graduation. Starting off with school events, the St. Michael's Community Center Student Advisory Board got to meet with Governor Wes Moore, which I thought was a really cool opportunity for both parties. First, for Governor Wes Moore to get an opportunity to listen to our young students and their ideas in the community. And then our students, it's a cool opportunity to kind of have a professional meeting with an individual so high up in the Maryland state government. Next, the St. Michael's Middle School is hosting a canned food drive for families in need. Hopefully the winners can get some donuts, the winning classroom, we'll see. Sports, baseball finished second in their region, runners up to Perryville. Overall, they had a strong season, finishing, I believe, 15-2, with a bright future ahead. And then the tennis team has had a very great season. The boys team went undefeated. And they're sending 4 teams to states. So that is a boys doubles team, a boys singles, girls singles, and a mixed doubles team. So if all of them do well, there's a good chance that St. Michael's will be bringing home a state championship in tennis. For senior activities, it's been very busy this week and this whole month. Last Thursday was senior awards night. A lot of money was given out. I think it was over $300,000. So very exciting for a lot of our seniors. Next, we had our senior breakfast where students were presented their ties and pearls for graduation night. And then lastly, the baccalaureate service was hosted on Sunday. It was nice walking through town, following the bagpipes. It's a very cool ceremony. Next up, we had academics. AP exams are all done, finally. But finals are just around the corner, so good luck to everyone with the remaining school year. And then also the CTE program held their annual awards night a few weeks ago. So next up, graduation. This is my last meeting, me and Elmer's last meeting. It was a pleasure working with the board. St. Michael's graduation is June 3rd, which we're very excited about. So like I said, thank you all for having me on the board. Thank you, Dr. Pepakai, Ms. Jackson. It was a pleasure and a great opportunity.
Thank you, Tyler. The pleasure was ours. Elmer, you're up next.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Elmer Pineda, and I'm here to present on Easton High School. To start off with our sports, we had softball with a huge win to put them into the Final Four. Unfortunately, they lost last night, ending their season, but to make it to the Final Four in states is an incredible achievement. Also, additionally, shout out to Jacob Camper for winning the track MVP at Kent Island Regionals. We are now sending 5 or 6 people, I believe, to states, which will take place tomorrow and Saturday. And then, I guess this is poor timing to say softball at track continue at the state level. Softball lost, but we still got track to root for. The band, the EHS band, we sent 4 band members. They were able to play at the Solo and Ensemble Festival at Towson. So incredible opportunity to show off all their talents and all their hard work throughout the school year. For our clubs, we have all the honor societies. We have continued to work on this mosaic project, which is reminding me I have to work on it after school tomorrow. So, but it's starting to turn out really good. It is a 2 8x5 feet frames that will be put together in our school courtyard. It's gonna resemble a tree. I know it doesn't look like it so far, but we're getting there. Additionally, we also had many honor societies holding induction ceremonies to introduce new members. So these societies will continue to grow, and we'll have plenty of new members to accommodate for in the future. For our activities, we recently held our prom 2 weekends ago, which was a really fun activity. The junior class was incredible at organizing it and just over and all fun night. Additionally, we held an I Accepted Day, which was held as all colleges now release their decisions, meaning that everybody who was accepted into a college now knows where they're going to as well. And additionally, all AP exams have concluded, which is such a relief for all of us. And then now we continue to prepare for finals. And that was it for my presentation. And once a warrior, always a warrior. Thank you, guys. Thank you, board members, for this opportunity. Like Tyler said, it's been a great pleasure. It's been awesome working with you guys. Thank you.
Can we embarrass you and make you say where you're going to college at for everybody? What was that? Can we embarrass you both and make you say where you're going to college at?
So with that said, we would like to call both of them up. We are going to give them a certificate, and we have a gift bag for them. So the certificate reads, Certificate of Appreciation presented to Elmer Pineda, in appreciation for your dedicated service and commitment to the Board of Education of Talbot County Public Schools. We thank you for your time and energy provided as the Easton High School student, St. Michael's Middle High student, member of the board for the school year 2025-2026. Wishing you the very best in your future endeavors. And so please come up.
A little birdie told me that there are senior activities happening this evening that you guys really should be in attendance for. So thank you very much for everything you've done. Thank you for your presentations this evening. And you are dismissed if you want to take your stuff and run. Elmer, you can take your name. Elmer, you can take your nameplate too. Now you're official forever. We're going to miss those guys for sure. We will see them at graduation. Moving on to public comment. There are some people signed up for public comment this evening, so we're going to get everything ready for timing and read this super long thing. So prepare yourselves, everybody who has signed up. I'm going to go ahead and read our public comment citizen participation guidelines. Here we go. In order to maintain an orderly presentation of comments by the public, the following guidelines will apply. Comments are limited to 3 minutes or less and are to be directed to board members from the podium. When the allotted time expires, the speaker will be permitted to complete their sentence and then return to the audience. And I will cut you off. Apologies in advance. If unable to complete comments in the allotted time, individuals are asked to submit remarks to the board in writing. Signs or posters may not be displayed at board meetings. Handouts may be left for board members at the podium. Public statements made at a board meeting should relate to agenda items over which for the current meeting, a recent or future meeting, or a matter of general policy over which the board has authority. Personnel matters, matters relating to individual students, pending appeals, the actions or statements of individual staff members, or items related to employee negotiations are not appropriate topics for citizen participation. Board members will not answer questions during citizen participation. Questions should be submitted in writing to the board. Responses will be provided in a timely manner. The board and/or superintendent reserves the right to correct misinformation presented during citizen participation. The board reserves the right to limit the number of speakers on a particular topic so that multiple topics may be addressed. The audience is asked to be respectful of public speakers and board members. Failure to comply may necessitate removal from the public meeting. Thank you for respecting these guidelines. Okay. First on my list, I have Ms. Jessica Castell. Are you here? You are here.
Good evening. My name is Jessica Castell, and I'm a 19-year veteran teacher at Talbot County Public Schools, a graduate of St. Michael's, and the parent of a middle school student at St. Michael's. At some point in my career, I have taught every grade level from kindergarten through 8th grade. I would like to take a moment to speak in support of the proposed grading policy recommendations developed by the grading committee. As a middle school English language arts teacher and a TCPS parent, I appreciate the thoughtful work, collaboration, and research that went into creating this final product. I was proud to serve as a member of this committee, having also participated in the district's previous grading review process as an elementary school teacher. Being part of both discussions has given me the opportunity to see the growth and evolution of our district's thinking around grading, student learning, and accountability over time. This process was not rushed. As a committee, we spent extensive time reviewing current research, gathering feedback, revising language, and considering multiple perspectives. Throughout this process, we worked to check all of the boxes we needed to as educators, while always keeping one thing at the center of every conversation: what is best for our students? I believe this policy strikes an important balance. It increases rigor and accountability while also supporting learning and growth. Our goal is not simply for students to complete assignments or earn points. Our goal is to ensure that students truly learn the standards and are prepared for college, careers, and life beyond graduation. One of the most important pieces of this policy is the role of formative assessments. Formatives are needed to help students learn information in smaller chunks throughout the learning process. There are opportunities for practice, feedback, and growth before students need to demonstrate mastery on a summative assessment. I encourage the board and our community to view corrective opportunities on formatives not as giving students extra chances, but as meaningful instructional tools. When a student struggles on a formative assessment, reteaching and reassessment allows teachers to identify misunderstandings, present information in new ways, and help students ultimately reach the end goal, mastering the content before the summative assessment. I understand some concerns have been raised regarding the fact that summative assessments are not eligible for reassessment. However, I believe this is one of our policy's strengths. The support, reteaching, and corrective opportunities are intentionally built into the learning process before the summative assessment occurs. By the time students reach a summative assessment, they should already have had multiple opportunities to practice skills, receive feedback, address misunderstandings, and demonstrate growth. The summative assessment is intended to serve as the final measure of independent mastery, which helps maintain both rigor and accountability. This model recognizes that learning is a process and that students do not all learn at the same time, at the same pace, or in the same way, while still holding students accountable for meeting the standards independently. I am proud of the work this committee has done, and I strongly support the direction that TCPS is taking with this grading policy. Thank you for your time and your continued commitment to our students.
Thank you very much. Excellent timing, too. Next on the list is Ms. Lauren Greer.
Good evening. My name is Lauren Greer. I am a nationally board certified former state finalist teacher of the year for CTE and science teacher from St. Michael's Middle High School. I work with TCBS teachers who want to become nationally board certified. I also am part of the world-class teaching program through Ole Miss. I am on the Maryland State Superintendent's Teacher Advisory Council, and I'm also the proud parent of a first grader and the nationally acclaimed future chef, Vivian. I wanted to come here tonight to discuss the grading policy changes that are on the horizon and wanted to offer my perspective and my support of my colleagues who work diligently and reflectively on these policies in order to do what's best for students. As a teacher in the second smallest public high school in the state of Maryland, I have the unique but extremely challenging opportunities to teach a variety of different subjects to a variety of different grade levels and abilities. I've taught 15 unique courses ranging from 6th to 8th grade science, AP Environmental, AP Biology, and the 4 biomed courses. Most of the courses I teach involve end-of-course assessments in which my students have the opportunity to obtain college credit. I began at TCPS in 2012, and we had a different grading policy. Students taking a year-long class, if they earned 30% for quarter one, there was no way of getting out of that hole by June. Thus, the current grading system was born. When it came out, I understood the reasoning behind the new policy. However, in my opinion, I think we overcorrected for some things, and students found a new way to exploit the system. And it didn't take too long for them to figure out if they got a C in quarter one, they could fail at literally everything else and still pass for the year. As a CTE teacher, I think about the students preparing to enter the workforce and skilled trades every day. In alignment with Blueprint, we are administering industry-recognized credential exams that were designed not for high school students, but for working professionals already in the field. That reality demands that we hold our students to high standards and ensure that they are prepared to meet the real-world expectations with responsibility, resilience, and accountability. My question becomes, if we maintain our status quo and allow students to retake exams instead of focusing on the individual skills that they've missed beforehand on their formatives, how are students going to learn how to study for high-stakes, expensive licensing exams if they don't have the necessary skills and foundations of test preparation? As a teacher, I think focusing on formative correctives is a great thing because it helps students focus on missed skills early on. Also, I can't tell you how many times students say, Mrs. Greer, can we do correctives on this before even the test is handed out? As an AP teacher, one of the things I notice is a lack of motivation or understanding on how to study or in practice on their own time. I provide many opportunities for practicing, including College Board aligned practice tests to help them study. And every test I gave this year, only one student in my entire class even opened up the practice exam to help them study. One of the best things I love about my position is that many students check in with me after they graduate to let me know how college is going. And an overwhelmingly majority of my students who were in AP college prep classes tell me that TCPS did not adequately prepare them for college because they relied heavily on the summatives corrective policy. It put me at a disadvantage, and I just didn't know how to study. I didn't take studying seriously in high school, and I didn't use my time wisely. In closing, I strongly support our new grading policy because it is a meaningful step toward motivating every student and holding every student accountable, from those preparing to enter the workforce to our AP and college-bound students. This policy sets clear expectations, encourages responsibility, and better prepares all students for success beyond our schools. Thank you.
Thank you. Next on my list is Mr. Gorman, but I don't see, oh, there you are.
Slightly different topic, but I agree with everything they just said, and I would like to know who was responsible for making the decision of the grading policy beforehand. That would be good information to have. But to a different point, last time I was here, the children received Carson Awards, and I didn't thank them. I'd just like to say thank you to them. They're amazing kids. Also, the kids tonight, they do amazing. Few noticeable things though. First, lack of diversity. It's kind of stark that there was the lack of diversity in the awards. And then I think that is directly from foundational education from K through 12, from kindergarten all the way up through 12. It's a reflection of the failures of this county. Second, Ben Carson was coming to fame when I was young, and I remember the story. The biggest influence in his life was his illiterate mother, who would make him do 2 book reports a week to further his education and help his vocabulary with his learning. And he had credited her with the biggest influence on his education in his life. And I think one of the biggest problems this county has is the gigantic ocean that has been built between the parents and the school district. There needs to be more resources and more connection between the parents and the schools. Third, there is overall, what I witnessed the last time, a lack of seriousness going on. The questions that were given to the White Marsh principal that was here presenting for the K-2 presentation for their school were inadequate and unserious. And I had brought up serious questions about them, 3 serious points: the density, the speed, and the lack of phonics, and no one asked a question of them. And then in the presentation, they didn't focus on core education. That's what I'm here for. What are they learning in their core education? The WIN groups are great, but what are they learning before their WIN groups? And we need to concentrate on the core education. Some of the examples that you can ask, I know there's another presentation tonight. How can you address the density of the core curriculum? How can you make it more phonics and decoding heavily earlier in the year? And how can you teach the students all the vowel sounds earlier? And then this should be, I personally think you should replace the benchmark advanced K-2, but I think if you're not going to do that, you should at least consider how you can reorder the curriculum to better suit the needs of the children. And then another topic, every time you have a county employee in front of you, you should be asking them this question. How are they using artificial intelligence to increase their job efficiency? The artificial intelligence is out of control, and the people that I've spoken to have no reference to it at all, have no experience with it, don't have any knowledge on the artificial intelligence. I personally built, I cloned the Talbot County Board of Education website, cloned it, redesigned it, and added more information to it, all within 45 minutes using AI. And then with spending $10, I could get a domain name and cloud data to put it online. It's very, very easy. You have to look into this artificial intelligence and use it to make your jobs better. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gorman. Somebody else signed up, and Mr. Haygood.
Thank you, Dr. Pepakai, President Jackson, and members of the board. I also want to talk about the grading policy. I reviewed the student progress reports to parents and guardians, AR 9.25, and while it's easier to understand than prior drafts, I believe it still needs additional clarification. For example, the AR uses the term quality point values and quality point scale, but nowhere in the AR are these phrases defined. Neither are the quality point values identified anywhere in the AR, nor is a quality point scale included in the AR. I believe the scale may have been included in a prior version of the AR, but was inadvertently deleted. The phrase quality point scale is first used on page 4 of the AR as a 4-point quality point scale. However, in the next sentence, it's referred to as a 4-point quality scale, omitting the word point again. So the language is not used consistently in the AR. On page 5, the AR reads, the specific letter grade designations and associated quality point values used for calculation purposes shall be established administratively and maintained with the district's student information system. It's not clear to me what this means. Will administrators be establishing the specific letter grade designations and associated quality point values, or will the school board be determining these designations and values? On page 6, the acronym WF is used without specifying what the acronym means. I think most of us know what the acronym WTF stands for, but WF was not defined. On page 8, the AR says, final course grade will be determined by translating the letter grade for each marking period and exam when applicable using the following quality point scale, but there is no quality point scale following that. On page 9 in the section titled Grade Modification, when a grade needs to be modified, the process to be followed is described, but no examples are given as to when it might be appropriate to do so. To me, this seems like the beginning of a slippery slope without some criteria for when it might be appropriate to modify a final grade. Perhaps if a parent complained loudly enough, the student's grade would be changed? Don't know. I believe we would all agree that before the board should vote to approve this AR, terms used in the AR should be well-defined, the ambiguity should be cleared up, and needed corrections should be made. In addition, before the school board votes on whether to approve the policy, I recommend individual school board members be given a set of grades for a marking period as well as the marking period grades for both a year-long and semester course to determine if each school board member can correctly calculate a student's marking period grade as well as the final grade for a year-long or semester course to ensure the board members understand the policy they are potentially voting to approve. Thank you very much.
Before you step away, can I ask which version were you looking at? Were you looking at the
one attached to the
today's-
agenda tonight, yes.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to clarify. We did receive one emailed public comment. It will be attached to the agenda this evening. Is there anybody else in the audience tonight who would like to make public comment? No? Last chance? Okay, we're going to move on to board committee reports. Does anybody have a report this month? Okay, that's the easiest part of the evening. We're going to press ahead to new business, starting with board goals K-2 literacy at Easton Elementary School with Ms. Katessa Kane.
Good evening. Good evening, Dr. Pepakayi, President Jackson, Vice President Dobson, and members of the board. We thank you for inviting us here this evening to share what's happening at Easton Elementary School. We are excited to excited to take a closer look at what we call a day in the life of the reader at Easton Elementary. Our K-2 literacy initiative is at the heart of everything we do, and tonight we want to show you exactly how we are supporting students as they build those foundational reading skills. Early literacy is the cornerstone of all academic learning. When students develop strong foundational reading skills in early grades, they are better equipped to transition from learning to read to reading to learn across all disciplines. To ensure this development, our instructional framework is grounded in the 5 pillars of reading, as identified by the National Reading Panel. These components represent the essential research-based elements of effective reading instruction. When taught systematically, explicitly, and in an integrated manner, they provide the necessary structure for students to become proficient, confident, and independent readers. Those 5 pillars are phonemic awareness, which is the ability to hear and play with individual sounds, and that is addressed through our Heggerty and UFly curriculums that we're using in our classrooms. Phonics is the connecting the sounds to written letters. When teachers, let me take a breath here, I'm a little nervous, I'm sorry. We teach students how to decode or read or encode, which is spell, and that is addressed again in our UFly. Fluency, the ability to read accurately and with expression, is the bridge to understanding. If a student struggles or doesn't have, if a child doesn't have to struggle to sound out every word, they can focus on the story. Addressing fluency is also done through our fluency folders and our UFly. And these are the things that we are focusing on with our K-2 instruction, which will ultimately lead to vocabulary, which is building that word bank, and comprehension, which is our ultimate goal for our students. And again, this is the goal behind everything that we do to address our students and their needs in K-2 literacy. So I'm going to turn it over to my fantastic reading teachers who will talk a little bit more about what we do in each of our classrooms in grades K-2.
Our UFly intervention block, students in grades kindergarten through 2nd who score below benchmark on the DIBELS composite scores, the DIBELS assessment, we take the composite score, they receive targeted intervention through our WIN block, and that's WIN stands for What I Need, and I think you heard that from another school before. This is scheduled outside of the core reading time. These students participate in 30-minute sessions 3 to 5 times per week using the Youth Life Foundations program. Instruction is delivered by a collaborative team that includes classroom teachers, reading interventionists, special education teachers, multilingual educators, and reading tutors. This support is intentionally designed to be targeted, systematic, and explicit to address specific skill gaps and accelerate student growth.
Here you see our reading tutors. They're an essential part of our early literacy team. These highly experienced former and retired certified educators work directly with students in K-2 during the WIN or our intervention block. They provide additional reading support 2 to 3 days a week. They focus on strengthening foundational skills and phonological and phonemic awareness, phonics, and fluency for students who are approaching grade level proficiency. They use targeted components of the Youth Life Foundations program. Their instruction is precise, supportive, and impactful, helping to bridge the gaps and accelerate students toward confident, independent reading.
Our fluency folders, you can see some pictures here. Select students in grades kindergarten through 2nd grade use fluency folders as part of our school improvement plan goal to strengthen foundational literacy skills. These folders are aligned to explicitly taught phonics skills and provide structured opportunities for students to build reading fluency through consistent, repeated reading practice. Students actively track their progress, set individualized goals, and make adjustments based on their performance. This process fosters ownership and accountability. When students meet a goal, they celebrate their success and set a new target, reinforcing a cycle of continuous growth and motivation.
I'm used to moving around, so this is really hard for me to just stand still. So I don't know really what to do. So here we go. Okay. I'm going to talk about the reading zone cards. Learning to read should be both engaging and purposeful. Our reading zone cards are designed to bring the science of reading to life through hands-on manipulatives and structured games. These tools go beyond play. They provide meaningful practice with explicitly taught skills at the letter, word, and sentence levels. They're integrated into the core independent choice time. Reading zones offer students additional opportunities to reinforce and apply their learning in an interactive way. You can see some of our reading zones in action in the photos on the screen.
Everything we do in East Elementary is backed by data. We consistently analyze our DIBELS and MAP scores to collaborate as a staff. This allows us to use a flexible teaching model where we can group students according to their specific needs at the moment, ensuring that everyone is being challenged at the right time. It's important that we also note that while we are zeroed in on literacy, our approach is holistic. During this instructional time, we use a variety of data. We are looking at MAP scores, benchmark assessments, and UNIS assessments to ensure that every student is supported. We meet every student exactly where they are to ensure that they were making progress across the board.
Nope, here we still are. Okay, so we're really proud of our ROAR, which stands for Reading Opens All Doors pilot program. It was implemented this year in 4 second-grade classrooms and reaches over 80 students. This initiative is designed to strengthen the connection between the school, home, and the broader community. Students receive book bags to fill with decodable readers and consumable materials aligned to their instruction. These resources allow students to practice reading across multiple settings, alongside their teacher, with peers, with community volunteers, and at home with family members. The ROAR pilot creates consistent, meaningful opportunities for students to apply their skills, reinforcing the shared responsibility of literacy development across the home, school, and the community. This pilot would not be possible without the generous support of the Education Foundation, Weems Brothers, Queenstown Bank, Be Green LLC, our Londonderry volunteers, our fabulous community school leader, Mrs. Katie Fox, and the amazing second grade teaching team.
Here you can see some of the Londonderry volunteers that we have. how they come in and work with the children. In addition to classroom instruction and family engagement, we're fortunate to have these volunteers from Londonderry who come to support our second grade and work directly with our students. Just so you know, we have 160 second grade students, to be exact. These volunteers are an important part of the Roar experience. They sit with students, listen to them read decodable text, and engage them in meaningful, supportive conversations about their reading. Using carefully selected decodable readers that align with the structured literacy instruction, these volunteers help students apply the skills they are learning in the classroom. This consistent, guided practice builds confidence, strengthens decoding skills, and gives students additional opportunities to experience success as readers. Just as importantly, these interactions bring joy into our learning environment. Students look forward to reading with our Londonderry volunteers. They're excited, motivated, and proud to share their reading. The volunteers, in turn, bring encouragement, patience, and general enthusiasm that strengthens not only students' skills, but their love of reading. Their partnership is a true reflection of what ROAR stands for: reading that opens doors, builds relationships, and connects our entire Easton community in support of our students.
This year, we also had, in partnership with Talbot Mentors, we participated in the Read Alliance program. And if you didn't have an opportunity to see our students work with high school students, middle school students that came over to read with them, and we had a kind of a celebration on their last day, it was amazing the way the teens were cheering for the students and the students were cheering for the teens. It was fantastic. This is a six-week after-school tutoring program designed to strengthen foundational literacy skills. We had 28 students from first and second grade in the program. Read Alliance is structured as a structured literacy intervention that pairs trained high school mentors with young learners to provide consistent, explicit, and systematic support aligned with the science of reading. During each session, students engaged in one-on-one practice focused on reading fluency, including repeated reading of decodable texts, accurate word recognition, and prosody development. Mentors provided immediate feedback to support fluent reading development. This individualized support helps students to become fluent readers while also providing confidence, engagement, and positive relationships with our mentors. And we are hoping to repeat this again next year with 2 cohorts instead of the 1 that we did this year. As we close today, we want to leave you with something more important than the programs, schedules, data points, and intervention structure. Everything we share today, every small group, every intervention block, every phonics lesson, and every read aloud, every data meeting, is ultimately about our children. It's about every student at Easton Elementary, giving them the opportunity to see themselves as capable and confident readers. The pictures you have seen on the screen this evening are more than activities and instructional moments. They represent perseverance, growth, joy, and connection. They represent students taking risk, building confidence, and discovering that reading opens doors to understanding the world around them. In kindergarten through second grade, literacy is not just another subject area. It's the foundation for every future learning experience a child has. When students learn to read, they begin to believe in themselves in new ways. They gain the independence, voice, and opportunity. The work is not always easy, and growth does not happen overnight. But every intentional moment matters, and that is our why. Our why is the student who once hesitates to read aloud, but now raises her hand with confidence. Our why is the student who discovers a love for books for the very first time. Our why is ensuring that every student leaves our classroom with the skills and belief that they can succeed. As we conclude our presentation tonight, we'd like to share with you one of our amazing scholars reading. We hope it serves as a reminder that the outcome is the result of collective effort, dedication, and commitment to everyone involved. Oh, is it gonna work? I don't know, did I do something wrong here? No, do we have it that right?
Try the volume button on the laptop to see if it's up.
It was moving a little bit.
It was.
Stop
Oh, not playing. And as we're getting this up, I will say we do have the parents' permission to play this evening. I will make sure that I provide you each a copy of that PowerPoint so that you can hear that sweet baby reading. And that's our conclusion. I apologize for my stumbles, but any questions for us?
You mentioned expanding the Talbot Mentors next year to an additional cohort. Is the constraint there from taking it even higher to 2, the number of volunteers available?
I think right now, if I'm not mistaken, that's the program model from Read Alliance. It's K to 2. It would be great if we could replicate that, with some of the things that we have in our building to expand it. But because it's new to us, we're sticking to K to 2. But we do have other initiatives that we have in place, like our war books and things like that, that we're hoping to expand to other grade levels.
Are all students able to partake into that specific mentorship with the Read Alliance, or is it just the students who are already involved in the Talbot Mentor entity group?
No, that's all of our students. We do have a cap, so we look at the number of volunteers that we get from the teens to make sure that we have our appropriate ratio between the students and the teens.
How often and how long is the program with the volunteers from Londonderry?
It started in January.
Yeah, they started in January, and I think they finish tomorrow.
And then
Yeah.
we're celebrating them on June 1st.
Yes, we're having like a little cafe where the teachers will come, the volunteers will come in, and we have kind of like a menu of the students reading to them, playing games with them. So we kind of set up like a reading cafe that'll happen within the classrooms.
And is that just once a week?
I know, they come every day.
They come throughout the day.
Yeah.
I'd like to give you kudos for that program. That's something that has been spoken about for at least the past 8 years that I've been on the board, engaging our senior communities in different ways. And the fact that you were able to make it happen is really commendable. And I would love to see you share that information with other schools so that we can replicate that program elsewhere. As you know, in Talbot County, we have a higher population of seniors than most, and they are an incredibly valuable resource.
And our students love it. I mean, if you would hear when they're talking about their senior that's coming in, they're so excited. And if they can't make it for a day, we hear about it.
I actually just emailed Dr. Pepakaye today. I was at the Senior Resource Fair about expanding and working with the Talbot County Aging Commission on making that grow.
Yeah, I'm so pleased to see that. It's something that I've also long thought. There's so many resources in our community that if people were in the schools, and now I imagine those volunteers are also seeing our schools very differently, seeing the students as their students, and that's what we want to see, our entire community to be able to embrace our schools in that way. And the support for the students is absolutely wonderful. And I know it's not easy to coordinate, right? That is a project in and of itself of coordinating that number of volunteers on behalf of our students. So I commend you and appreciate that good work.
All that credit goes to Katie Fox. She's amazing. That's great. Yeah.
Go ahead. So I see you have, this is K2 literacy, and you spoke about some interventions and the MLL learners and inclusivity. So my question really comes from there is, how does your school determine when inclusive classroom supports are sufficient versus when students may need or require more intensive or specialized interventions within their least restrictive environment? I have a couple. And then how can we support our teachers with this model going forward?
So that's a lot of work that we do with our natural proportional scheduling, so that we're scheduling students in classrooms to provide the ultimate supports that they need in those spaces. And again, with all of our data and meeting with our assistant principals and looking at the data and finding where the kids need. And that model may shift from quarter to quarter depending on the needs of the students, but everything that we do is driven around that data aspect.
Okay, and what do you, as you see, what does successful inclusion look like when the MCI, that Maryland Coalition for Inclusive Learning, when that model, particularly for students with significant literacy or academic needs, what does that successful inclusion look like?
Meeting every student where they are.
And so
based on the data and providing the support, so we're looking at the intensity of needs of those students and providing the supports that those students need in those spaces.
okay, because those are a lot of needs. The gap was smaller. I think now the gap has really increased. So I'm just, I'm just curious as how that looks like in the classroom with all of those different needs in the classroom with one teacher, because they're not always in there. The special ed isn't always pushing in. So that one teacher has many different needs to assess. So that's where my concern is coming from.
And I just want to jump in because I know we visited the schools and that was something that we looked at in real time and what that looks like. And so in each school, there's a cadence of meetings that's surrounded around the data. And when you said MCIE, that's just a group that's helping us work with inclusive practices in each of our schools. And so it's a service and not a placement. And so we look at each student and what they need to make sure they are getting the right services, but it's not a one person, it's a whole team approach in each school that's made up with a lot of individuals that look at the students and decide what they need. And it's very fluid. So that's really the practices, and so we can have a whole work session and then talk about what that looks like. And we are going to give a report next month as to what that year-long work has done, because we did have a special education committee that talked about all of those practices all year long, as well as a lot of committees around that work.
Okay, sounds good. I'd like to look into that. Thanks.
Any more questions? Okay. Thank you very much, Easton Elementary School. Good to see you. Next up, we have FY26 budget category transfer requests with Mrs. Jones.
Good evening. I'm here tonight, and we're going to do a couple of things. Rather than give my usual annual financial report toward the end of the meeting, I'm going to give you really some more up-to-date information than through April. We cut off our spending for the most part, except for things that have to come in May and June, about a month ago. And from there on, we've done a lot of projections about the things we're expecting through the end of the year. So based on that and based on some adjustments that we feel we need to make to the FY26 budget that we talked about in April, we needed to figure out which of those proposed FY27 budget adjustments we could fit into FY26 and where. And as a result of all of those things, we find we are in a place where we need a budget category transfer, as we often do around this time of year. So I wanted to start with revenue projections. One thing I have not really kept the board as up to date on as I probably should have is, but it doesn't have an overall impact on our bottom line. We receive $2.3 million. We were budgeted for community school revenue this year. We anticipate, as of right now, spending about $1.6 million of that. In other words, underspending by about $742,000. So there's an equal offset in savings on the expense side, as well as what's a little bit different about community school revenue is you only get to recognize revenue, record revenue to the extent that you incur those expenses. So that revenue will be set aside for those specific schools in those amounts, whatever the final amounts are, to be used in a future period. So the money is preserved. And part of the reason for that is, the three bottom schools, Easton High, White Marsh, and Tillman, this is their first years of community school, so it's a matter of getting staffing hired, getting staffing trained. One of the things we found and advocated for in our FY27 budget was a supervisor of community schools, and part of that was to help have a cohesive approach to our budgeting, monitoring, spending, and just assisting those individual community school directors in their budgets. So I'll just leave you with that. So we'll be short on revenue there, but also have an offsetting savings and expenses. So no impact on the bottom line. Some other things, I told you that we were going to be a little bit short on the very bottom line here, non-public placement. I told you same thing, where we have savings in non-public placement expense in the special ed category. As a result of that, the reimbursement we get from the state for that expense will be under budget this year. And then we have some minor differences in other miscellaneous. Interest expense is unfortunate. We have a couple things going on there. Really, those construction invoices for chapel, we pay the vendor, and then Talbot County pays us pretty quickly. The state pays us pretty quickly, but we're we're out $1 million, $1.2 million, $2 million, depending on the size of the invoice, for months at a time. Also, once upon a time, when this budget was developed, the county used to give us some operating cash by forward funding us at the beginning of a school year 1 month. So in July, they would give us 2 months worth of our operating appropriation, and then they would cut it off in May. So we were earning interest on that $3.5, $4 million all year long, and that is not the case any longer. So we lost out on that interest this year. They're not required to do that. They did that recognizing that we had some different things going on, and they have changed their view on that. So we don't get that benefit of that interest anymore. So all that being said, that results in a projected shortfall of revenue of about $1,283,000. Expense-wise, we are projecting to come in about $1.3 million under budget. So we're coming in basically at $80.4 million of revenues and $80.2 to $3 million of expenses. So you'll notice in the far right column on the lower half of the page that one category, fourth from the bottom, operation of plant, is projected to be over budget. That is not because of anything we've done so far, but because it includes things that, a few things that we know are coming. Also, you'll notice the middle column on this page at the bottom says year-to-date encumbrances plus projections. So these are things that not only have we signed purchase orders for, but also things we would like to do between now and the end of the year to prepay some items for the FY27 budget. We talked about some of those items the last time we met. So if the operation of plant department, if we have some contracted services and some utilities that we think are going to push us over budget. We had some available savings in a few categories, such as other instructional cost. Our biggest source of savings there was the NBC fees we had budgeted for. We did not have the number of teachers entering the NBC program that we had budgeted for. Also, we had some savings on dual enrollment tuition. It just was not as high as we had budgeted. Under student services, we have that one line item in the budget where we have to pay other counties for when a Talbot County resident attends schools in another public school system. We have to pay that school system for them to attend there. It's just part of the law. It's a hard number to budget because it's very fluid. You have kids moving in and out of kinship care and these out-of-county living arrangements. So it happened that this year that number came in under budget. So we had some savings there. Transportation, we've had vacancies all year in the bus drivers, so we have some room to borrow from those vacancies out of that category. And then in the capital outlay category, we were finally successful, I think I've mentioned this, with the federal government and the state of Maryland approving that final late liquidation item, which was the Easton Elementary School playground. We were able to use that funding, not playground, but activity court. We were able to use some funding we had hoped to use, didn't think we were going to be able to use, put it in our capital outlay budget for this year, because at the time we passed a budget last year, they said, no, you can't use your ESSER funding on that. So at any rate, we had some savings there. So those things, we'd basically be transferring $400,000 out from 4 different categories and using that to cover the projected shortfall in the operation of plant. I'm not going to go through all, well, I will just briefly go through all of these. The other thing that we do, the transfers we just talked about, these would require a vote from you tonight, and if approved, then I would present those to the county council. Typical fourth quarter transfer that I go and request of you and of them each year. The other thing we do is if we have individual line items within a department that show, and then it'll be in the second to last column where it says balance under or over budget, we have some categories where we are projecting to have some within a category. The category is okay in total, but needs some smoothing within the category. That does not require county council approval. It just requires the board approving that. So under mid-level administration, you can see on the bottom bold line there all the way to the right, the net impact is 0. So that's a request for smoothing and transferring some savings in salaries and wages to cover, or am I doing that backwards? Nope, the opposite. We need some additional budget in salaries and wages, and we can borrow that from by adjusting the supplies and materials and other charges. That had to do with transferring and creating a position at Easton High School that was approved in the budget that I didn't anticipate that person becoming a mid-year administrator. I thought they were going to be in a different budget for the year. And you'll see the same kind of thing in other instructional cost. We wanted to, that is a category where we would be borrowing $164,000 to help cover the overage in plant operations. In special education, there's no change to the bottom line, so it would just be kind of smoothing between a couple of those categories. I'm happy to go through questions on any of those. In special ed, it had to do with I didn't budget enough for contracted services. We had a lot more nursing than I had anticipated. Student and personnel services, we had some overall savings there. Same for student transportation. We have some overall savings there, and those would be using to help offset that projected overage in plant operations. There's the plant operations where we would need about $400,000. Maintenance of plant, we would just be shifting a little between contracted services and salaries and wages. And finally, down in capital outlay, to use those savings from the Easton Elementary School activity courts. We would use that to help cover projected overages in plant operations. So that is my request to the board. I'm going to go back to this overall slide here. This is my first request that the board consider approving transfers within those budget categories to help us not only balance FY26 but also the FY27 budget. And the second part of the request would be to approve those smoothing transfers within individual categories. That's not critical. I don't need necessarily a vote on the smoothing tonight. This would be very helpful if the board could approve this tonight so that I could get before the county council sooner rather than later.
Questions for Mrs. Jones?
I just want to repeat back what I think I heard. Majority of this, or pretty much all of this, is savings from funds that were unused that we intended to use initially. It's not where we're cutting anything at this time.
That's correct.
Anybody else? Questions?
Maybe this isn't specific to this, but I see that we have an overage, well, and not having all of our bus driver positions filled. I know that we run extremely tight on bus drivers. But what I'm wondering is how are these high fuel costs hitting our operation of the buses?
I don't think we've fully, seen that yet. I mean, they get horrible gas mileage, so it's going to have an impact. Great question. We'll have to really start paying attention.
I would just be curious to see, I would have to think it's getting rather costly to put the fuel in the buses at this point.
Yep.
Okay, so you need a motion to approve the budget amendment request.
The category transfers and also, if the board's inclined, the smoothing intra-category, the smoothing within the individual categories where we are not changing the overall budget for a department.
Okay, I make a motion that we approve the category transfer request and the intra-category transfer request as presented this evening.
Second?
All those in favor? Any opposed? Okay.
Thank you
very
so much.
Next, we have, okay. Next, we have a resolution which will be presented to the board. And to give a little background, here in Talbot County and across the state of Maryland, I can speak for other counties, but I'm going to say that here in Talbot County, we have found ourselves in a bit of a chasm between what our county, our community, our teachers, our parents, our students are asking for as far as discipline is concerned, and what the state has approved as allowable responses in discipline-related incidents. And as I said, it's a chasm. We are stuck smack in the middle. There has been no movement whatsoever from the state, and we continue to find ourselves in situations that are harmful to our students, our staff, and our community as a whole. And so, therefore, I am going to make a resolution request. I'm going to read it. It's long. I'm going to suggest we approve this request this evening, which will be sent forward to a variety of people, including MSDE, our state delegation, our local delegation, MABE, who is the Maryland Associations of Boards of Education. They should be our association and helping us, and a bunch of other people, and basically anybody who will listen at this point to request changes at the state level so that we can better address our community needs. Like I said, it's long, bear with me. I move that this is a resolution requesting review and reform of Maryland student discipline and alternative placement policies. Whereas the Talbot County Board of Education is charged with providing safe, orderly, and effective learning environments for all students and staff. And whereas schools across Maryland are experiencing increasing challenges related to violent and chronically disruptive student behavior that significantly impacts school climate, student well-being, staff safety, and the educational process, and whereas current Maryland disciplinary regulations and standards governing extended removal, alternative placement, and school-based behavioral intervention often require school systems to meet exceptionally high thresholds of demonstrated disruption or imminent harm before meaningful action may be taken, resulting in situations where students exhibiting violent or chronically disruptive behavior remain in traditional classroom environments despite significant impacts on the safety, emotional well-being, and educational experience of other students and staff. And whereas victims of violent school-based incidents and the students and staff who witness such incidents may experience ongoing fear, anxiety, trauma, and disruption when students responsible for serious misconduct are rapidly returned to the same educational settings without sufficient time, intervention, or safety planning. And whereas local boards of education are uniquely positioned to understand the needs and safety concerns of their individual school communities and should retain reasonable discretion in responding to serious behavioral incidents while continuing to ensure access to appropriate educational services for all students. Now, therefore be it resolved that the Talbot County Board of Education respectfully urges the Maryland State Board of Education and the Maryland General Assembly to restore greater discretion and authority to local school systems to protect safe and orderly learning environments while ensuring students engaging in violent or chronically disruptive conduct continue to receive appropriate educational services in alternative settings when warranted. And be it further resolved that the board requests a review and revision of current disciplinary standards and regulatory thresholds that may unintentionally limit the ability of local school systems to proactively address serious behavioral concerns before substantial harm, repeated disruption, or additional victimization occurs. And be it further resolved that the Talbot County Board of Education supports expanded access to alternative educational placements, behavioral intervention programs, and student support services that balance accountability, rehabilitation, educational continuity, and school safety. And be it finally resolved that copies of this resolution shall be transmitted to the Maryland State Board of Education, the Maryland State Superintendent of Schools, the Talbot County Delegation to the Maryland General Assembly, the Maryland Association of Boards of Education, and other Maryland local boards of education. So moved. I'm looking for a second.
I second.
Thank you. All those in favor? Any opposed? Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate that, Mr. Burke. Thank you very much. Moving right along. We are to a student and staff wellness AR update with Dr. Pepukai.
Yes, so this is just for informational purposes. The state had made some changes, and so we just wanted to make sure that our ARs were aligned to that. What you see, a couple of them are just word changes. The biggest part is a statement in our AR that says that we will comply with all mandated federal and state reviews of the policy. And so being able to have that in there, we just made those updated changes to the AR. So it's just for informational and letting you know.
Any questions? Okay. Moving on, we have our consent agenda items. As a reminder, we will just vote on these. We've talked about them before. No comments have come before the board, and they are easy enough to review. I do.
I make a motion that we accept and pass our consent agenda items.
I'll second.
All those in favor? Any opposed? Okay, thank you. Moving on to unfinished business, the first thing up is our nutrition RFP vote led by Mrs. Jones. You can do it from there.
So at Monday night's work session, the committee gave a presentation to the board on our search for a new food service management company beginning July 1st. The committee's recommendation to the board is to select Aramark Student Nutrition to be awarded that contract.
Any follow-up questions from Monday's work session for Mrs. Jones?
I would just note, I appreciated in that presentation hearing about how current staff would be offered positions with Aramark and how that would be supported going forward, as well as hearing about the food offered and all of the work that the committee went through to evaluate the food, the nutrition, the staffing, the financial aspects. We really appreciated that thorough presentation.
Thank you. There actually is a town hall tomorrow scheduled where Aramark is coming in, and all Sodexo employees are welcome to attend to learn more about hiring opportunities with Aramark.
Based on our conversation on this Monday night, I would make a motion that we accept Aramark as the committee recommendation and move forward with this as our future provider.
I'll second.
All those in favor? Any opposed? Okay, thank you very much. Next, we have our FY27 budget updates. Are there more?
So a couple of things. We've been working on the budget in the background. We're waiting on our final funding letter from the county. So at the June probably work session, we'll come to you with final recommendations for adjustments to the budget that we officially passed, the board last voted on February 11th. A little bit of new information came to light yesterday. We were anticipating some of it, but didn't have the exact amount. The final state aid calculations came out yesterday for all of the different programs, resulting in a cut to our funding that could be $224,000. The majority of that cut was in the pre-K program because the Maryland legislature voted to exclude some of the students that we were previously going to be funded for. So that impacts the budget. Less money means we need to come up with that money or cut it in a different way. The other thing we're working on behind the scenes in conjunction with the presentation I did a few minutes ago is looking at all of those recommended cuts. And I don't believe we're going to be able to accommodate all of those cuts, all of the prepayments that we thought we could make out of FY26 funds. We're just running too close. So I think that's going to have an impact on the amount of fund balance that either the board would need to approve or we would need to make some deeper cuts. We had talked, I believe, at the April, we had a special work session, I believe it was April, right before the public budget hearing for the county, and we had proposed adding in $2 million of our own fund balance. That number's looking much closer to $3 million. And I wanted you to have that information in light of other things we're going to be discussing that could have a budget impact.
Regarding pre-K, I'm going to start there because it's the easiest thing that I can focus my brain on right now. Will that have an impact on our in-school pre-K program, or is that specific to the funding that was required by Blueprint to fund community-based pre-K?
This is our cut, so this directly impacts us. I say could result in a loss of funding. We do have an appeal we can make that I will go into in greater detail at our next meeting. It'll be successful or it won't be successful, to maybe recoup 2/3 of that.
Is the June meeting, I mean, do we need to do it earlier than that? Or are we okay with it being in June?
We frequently, it's not ideal for my staff, but we frequently do end up passing the budget in June, so it works. It's very helpful for me that you pass the budget transfers now so I can have clarity from the county council on that. And we need that clarity to be able to present a final FY27 budget.
I am going to state something that doesn't even need to be said. This county has reiterated time and time again our commitment to early childhood education and pre-K as being fundamental to a student's overall success in life. So I don't like cuts anywhere, but I particularly don't like discussion about cutting any of our available pre-K program.
So with that said, I just want to add to knowing this. So we had our meeting with County Council on Monday. Those of you that may have weighed in, the discussion were on two things: $800,000 for weapon detection. And so while we have not made a decision on a specific vendor or what we're going to use, there were three that a committee has talked about, which got us to the $800,000. We found out that that is a non-recurring item. We also had the additional $500,000 asked for teachers and a social worker and then tutoring. We don't know where that's going to land until next week. However, what I've included is another active threat detection type of system that is not kind of what you walk through. It's a different kind that's embedded in a camera system. So I wanted you to have that information. I think where we stand now is to see where the dust will land next week with County Council, but to be able to then decide where do we go from that. If they are going to do the $800,000, I believe from what I've heard, there's a match of $400,000 of that, them putting $400,000, us putting up $400,000. But I just wanted to put that out on the floor for any discussion and for you to think about, knowing what you just heard from Ms. Jones, seeing yet another active threat protection that we have since explored. From you, Ms. O'Connor, we had explored that. So I just wanted to be transparent in knowing there are going to have to be some decisions made based on what we hear next week and how things land.
I would like to define for anybody watching what a non-recurring expense is so that people can understand what specifically we were asking for. I think people understand capital expenses. I think people understand our annual budget, but a non-recurring expense would impact us how?
All counties in Maryland are funded at the greater of the required minimum local share of all the blueprint formulas, or what's called maintenance of effort, which is a calculation based on how much a local county awards a school district in a given year, divided by the number of students in that year. There's a per pupil amount, and you would take that same per pupil amount and multiply it by the number of students in the following year to determine a maintenance of effort level of funding. We have historically, since the blueprint funding formulas have been in place, not been a maintenance of effort county. We've been at the required minimum local share level of funding, which is a bit higher. Those are getting closer to each other, and there could become a point at which we would be funded at the maintenance of effort level. And in that calculation, it's important to a county, not to us, but to the county, to be able to carve out one-time type cost so that they don't become part of that maintenance of effort calculation. So we proactively worked with the county suggesting that they apply for an exclusion in case ultimately they decided to fund in part or in total this $800,000 request, and suggested to them it would be in their best interest to ask for a carve-out or an exception. And they agreed that that sounded like a good strategy, and so we've done that. And whether we ultimately use it or not, we will determine based on how we're funded. Again, it doesn't benefit us, but it makes it, in my mind, maybe more palatable to the county because it doesn't put them on the hook for the same $800,000. That's not baked into dividing that by the number of students. It doesn't become part of the next year's formula.
I'm not sure whether this is here nor there at this moment, but when discussing the weapons detection system, the whole reason we really kind of kicked off that discussion to begin with was an incident that happened at the stadium. And so I'd want to be sure that we were taking the stadium entrances into account as well. I didn't see them necessarily reflected in the lanes of travel. So that would be something that I would be concerned about. But yeah, we hadn't specifically landed on any particular modality, I guess. Okay, do you need anything from us right now, or is this just step one and then there's more?
I think what needs to be understood by the board is that there was discussion at the county council of, rather than giving us 800,000, giving us 400 and having us kick in 400. So I think the board, they're going to pass their budget next week. It's going to have some amount of money from $0 to $800,000. And if it comes in with a matching requirement, is the board going to be prepared to match? Because once they set their budget, they've set their budget. So you've heard me tonight tell you that our fund balance use is around $3 million. So I think the board might need to make a decision. I don't know. The board may want to discuss.
About the fund balance, our total right now is around 8 million, correct? So we're asking to be using close to 3. And what are we using the close to 3 on? Are those recurring costs? Are those non-recurring costs? Are those, I know we had talked at some point in the past about not using fund balance on recurring costs because that is not tenable moving forward.
Right. And I wish I could, I don't have specific items carved out. I did in the current year when we said, here's what we're using our 1.5 million on. I mean, I think we would have to make some different decisions. It would not have to be staffing decisions, but it might be around technology or some of the more expensive parts of our budget. There would have to, inevitably, there's some recurring element to that $3 million.
Can you state for everyone's knowledge, what is our minimum amount of fund balance that we are required to hold?
Legally, legally none, but our policy says our goal is 16%. I know we get a lot of questions about why do you need a fund balance? Well, Chapel School is a great example. We're carving out $2 and $3 million at a time in payments some months, and it might be a month or 2 months before we get that money back in. But in the meantime, another chapel invoice has come in. We had a situation this year where our special ed grant funding, for some reason, just a glitch in MSDE system, we were 4 or 5 months before we got funding for a whole series of grants. So there is a reason that we need a fund balance and a cash balance to cover our operating expenses. We get things like a cut of $224,000 in our funding for next year. And we're not going to cut our pre-K services, I'm guessing, is going to be the board's. So that's got to come from somewhere. I have a lot of reasons why we have a fund balance. The county has a $100 million fund balance, I believe. They recognize the need to have, and I could be wrong on that, but I think that's what I heard at our meeting on Monday. They also recognize the need that there are times when there are extreme demands put on them that, you know, they can't be sure that they're going to get the revenue for, and we're in the same position.
Again, I want to just note for the public that Mrs. Jones is a recognized asset to the county. She is statewide recognized. She knows what she's doing. Just going to put that out there. Best practice is how much fund balance. We have talked about this in the past. There is a number.
GFOA
right?
recommends 16 to 17%. It's 2 months. I don't, and our policy says up to that, you know, targeting not to exceed that. We were, I believe, at close to 10% coming into this year, but we were using, as I said, I think 1.5 million of that. And as you can see from the category transfers, I mean, we're going to be to the positive, but maybe less than $100,000 probably for this year. We're not contributing, and we're not growing our fund balance this year. We really didn't grow it last year either.
Okay. Is there more?
Not for me.
All right. Any more questions?
No, but just know that, you know, next week, once we find out what the county's going to land on, a decision may have to be made. Are we willing to match 400,000?
So we may potentially need a special budget session.
Correct.
Okay. Everybody heard that? Clear your calendars. Okay. Thank you, Mrs. Jones. Sorry you're the bringer of bad news.
It's okay, but I'll be at my son's wedding next week, so I'll just be tuning in.
Please don't tune in. We can fill you in. Okay. Moving on. We are now at second reader of the revised policy 9.25, student progress to parents and guardians. And Dr. Einhorn, take it away.
Good evening, President Jackson and members of the board. I'm here this evening to present Policy 9.25, Student Progress to Parents Guardians, on second reader for your approval. Other than the comments presented during public comment tonight, there have been no other public comments submitted for me to share with you regarding this policy. So the board's grading committee has invested a great deal of time, research, and thinking to put forth a recommendation to improve our practices. Our current policy has served us well, but we also now know that we can do better to accurately reflect student learning in Talbot County Public Schools. As Mr. Neild has been quoted as saying in the Star Democrat, there is no perfect grading system. However, your TCPS grading committee has put forth a truly solid plan that's backed by research. And we're very fortunate to have so many incredible educators who are willing to invest their time, their brilliance, after working long days with our children, in helping us improve our efforts as a county. So I just want to begin by acknowledging that and thanking them for their work. Many of us have opinions about grading. They have done the heavy lift of taking not only their personal opinions, but really digging into the research.
Having said that, I also appreciate the robust conversation that this board engaged in on our first reader of the policy. All questions and feedback are valuable in ensuring that how we implement policy is in the best interest of our students and the families that we serve. So I'm hopeful this evening that you'll see some of your impact on the changes in our second reader version of the administrative regulation. And that's where I'm going to start tonight, because it didn't seem to be the policy that the board had concerns about, but really it was in some of the details of the AR. So with your permission, that's where I'm going to start. So I want to highlight the key adjustment that we've made to the AR in response to last month's feedback from the board, and we are confident that the change strengthens our shifts and will better communicate student learning to our students and families. I'm going to be using the one-pager to highlight the change in the AR. The changes also that I'm sharing tonight is also reflected in the AR that you have in Granicus, and that is available. You'll note that you have two ARs in there. The one is from first reader, and the second one is with the change that we are suggesting this evening in the administrative regulation. I wanted you to have both of those in case you wanted to go back for comparison to get a sense of that change. One of the primary concerns, and I've had the opportunity to sit back and listen to the conversation and not be in the weeds of it, but what I did hear from the board on the first reader was regarding the complexity of the proposed grading scale, specifically the 4.0 scale for assignments being confusing. And I do want to say that as you look at the one-pager here, it's also been simplified a little bit, because in an effort to put a lot of information on there, it could be difficult to track how it was progressing. So I've made some changes in the layout as well. But you'll notice that there have been no changes in the recommendation for the weighting of formatives and summatives, and also for the reteaching and the reassessment that remains at the top. The substantive change in the AR on second reader is in the individual assignments and the point values that are associated with that. And I do want to thank Ms. O'Connor. I've really appreciated the conversation that you've had with me, because it pushes my thinking to better understand. And you shared with me in looking at the prior scale that an A is not a 3.3. So in an attempt in the committee to differentiate between an A plus, an A, and an A minus, there had to be differential within there. But I heard what you were saying, and it made sense to me, because we recognize a 4-point scale. So the committee has taken a look at that and identified that it would be helpful to create this scale for the individual assignments to more closely align with the traditional 4-point grading system that families commonly recognize and that is used in colleges for GPAs and that type of thing. So you'll notice on there that in response to your feedback, our team revised the scale so it resembles grading models that are widely used even in other districts that are implementing the 4-point approach in their grading. And it's more familiar with families. So the A is a 4, the B is a 3, C is a 2, and a D is a 1. So that is more familiar and hopefully not as confusing as what you highlighted, Ms. O'Connor. We also heard concerns on first reader about the 0.5 that was proposed for a failing grade. And largely in part because there's been a lot of conversation about minimum grading in the county. So the 0.5 could be interpreted as a 50% floor, which is what we were trying to eliminate. Even though in the 4-point scale, mathematically it didn't function that way, but it certainly could look like that on there. We do not want to be the perception that we are giving students something for not showing their mastery of learning. So to clarify that, we simplified the scale for an F so that an F carries the 0-point value, as it does in the 4-point scale, as does the incomplete and a missing assignment. There was conversations about what would constitute incomplete, how would we define that? So for clarity's sake, any attempt by a student that does not show that they have met the minimum standards for showing their knowledge and whether or not the assignment was incomplete or if it was missing, it would carry the value of a 0 in this change that we're proposing. We would preserve the incomplete and the missing as a mark that could be in there because we do want to continue to signal to parents so that they better understand what that 0 reflects. Is it student hasn't yet met mastery or student made no attempt at all? Anytime the committee has made any shifts or recommendation and changes, we have run, I shouldn't say we, Mr. Neild has run simulations to see what the impact would be. And he doesn't just do that with 1 or 2 students. He actually takes the entirety of our grades that were awarded and tries to see what the impact of these shifts would be. The committee is confident that this shift here that we're proposing in second reader would not adversely impact what the committee is proposing. You'll also see on this one-pager an example of what parents will see in PowerSchool. And parents will continue to see the letter grade that was earned for each assignment, and then they would also see the point value that was associated with that is designated on the left-hand side. Also, we heard that this will be a shift in practice for our teachers, but also a shift for our students, particularly as we move from changing our reteaching and reassessment policy to formatives as opposed to summatives. We know from research that the changes that the committee has brought forth are strong and they align with instructional practices that help promote meaningful learning, but we also know it's going to be a shift. So the committee will be developing a guidance document that will be available for all staff upon their return, and that guidance document will be created in conjunction with work committees to ensure that we are addressing any possible difficulties that might happen as we start to make this shift. For example, if we're doing reteaching on the formatives, we want to make sure that students have the opportunity to show what they can learn on their summatives. So if there is some large disparity there will be some guardrails set by course for teachers to work with that students as we are making this shift. We also heard a concern about the discrepancy in the number of assignments that are assigned per quarter. And as part of the guidance document, there would be guidance set forth for teachers by course. We know that this policy and the AR impacts grades 6 through 12 for this part, and that our courses are very different. So trying to outline great specificity in the AR would be very problematic. But working with our teachers in different content areas and with their curriculum specialists, identifying some expectations around minimum number of grades, and putting a process in place so that is communicated with students and families at the beginning of each course. On the back, we also just clarified the communication regarding how quarter grades and final grades would be calculated. Our goal, again, was to make sure that we were transparent with how this would be completed. And if you look in the AR, There are examples of the calculations, and I do want to speak to the point about the complexity of trying to figure this out, and I think that's why the examples are provided within the AR, because that complexity is based on many factors, including that some of our courses are quarter-long, some are semester-long, some are year-long, and there's also a different weighting for our formatives and summatives. So it does look complex, but those calculations are similar to what our families and our students have been familiar with in terms of calculating a grade for courses that fit each one of those designations. I did also want to respond to the concern about the grade change modification, only because that's something that I report on each year to the state. That is a requirement from the state. It's a very prescriptive process as how to a grade change could be made. It is initiated by the teacher. It goes through several review process, but that was in response to situations that happened in other counties across the state where grades were being changed. I'm happy to report that we have an audit every year of our grade changes, and we have had no findings and have had exemplary feedback from MSDE around that. So that's a side note, but I did want to address that because that is very important that we are clear about that grade change part, because it is our teachers who are working with our students who are assessing their learning and are most expert in how to communicate that to parents. And then as for the policy, just as a reminder, it's organized around 4 key components: our purpose for grading, the communication to parents and guardians, the basis for reporting student progress, and governance and responsibility. All of those were revised to outline the board's core beliefs regarding how student progress should be communicated to families. There have been no changes to this, as the committee did not hear any concerns about the policy itself since first reader. And so at this time, I would be requesting the board's approval of policy 9.25 with the greater specificity that's been provided to you regarding the administrative regulations that would govern how we implement that to create consistency for all students across the county.
This goes into effect at the beginning of the school year, correct?
That is correct, and that's one of the reasons why we want to make sure we get this in front of our teachers before they leave, and also have the opportunity this summer to really create that guidance document and make sure that on day one, teachers, students, and families are ready for this shift.
Dr. Reinhardt, I just want to thank you and Mr. Neal. I don't know if people realize how much has gone on, how many conversations have gone on behind the scenes, not just at this table, but at a lot of other tables regarding this policy. So I just appreciate all the time and effort that you all have put into this.
I want to address something that was brought up in public comment, and I heard loud and clear. We had a robust discussion last time about reassessment on formatives versus reassessment on summatives, and that discussion has continued. As you can imagine, lots of discussions continue outside of here, not as a quorum because that's legally not allowed, but in smaller groups. And something that was raised that I think is important to talk about in public is that there will be guidance, like you said, given to teachers about how to implement this new grading system. It is a change for everybody. And part of that discussion was, well, maybe we should consider some version of a grace period for some elements of what we were talking about. And the point was brought up that, and we did look at a variety of actual student grades. And there are times in a student's grades when you can go through and look and see that a student, by all means, demonstrated that they knew the material, hundreds and 90s on all of their formatives, and then bombed a summative. And what I'm hearing from really excellent teachers in this room, so I'm not pointing my fingers at you, don't worry, is that your formatives are designed so that your student will do well on your summative because they will have demonstrated mastery. And that makes complete sense when it all goes as it's supposed to go. And we're all human, and so we can say and that we know that it doesn't always go as it's supposed to go. So one suggestion that came forward was maybe for a grace period of a year or two, if there was a disparity of a certain percentage between a student's proved formative points and what they got on a summative, the student could reassess or retest on a summative only if they met a certain threshold, 10% differential, 15% differential, something along those lines. Because what you're telling me as teachers is that if your student is achieving on their formatives, you expect them to achieve on their summative. And if that is not the case, maybe it's not the student's responsibility in that case. Maybe there's some reteaching and reassessment that could go on at the teaching level too.
And again, as I have continued to share in every conversation that I can be in around grading and instruction, our ultimate goal is to ensure that every child has the opportunity to master the material. Some students, we know, will struggle more, they will take more time, but I think our teachers know best, and as being part of a group that's going to work towards this guidance, I would look strongly to their input to help shape what that would be. But we do not want any shifts that we make in policy to adversely impact students. So we are going to be progress monitoring this throughout. We have not seen that in all the 15,000, 30,000, I don't even know anymore, simulations that Mr. Neild has done. But there's always going to be some outlier situation or something, so we would certainly take a look at that and make sure that we were working with the teachers and the students to accurately reflect what they know and are able to do.
I think it's important to point out the difference between adversely affect and holding a student accountable. Very, very different things. Your grade might drop because we are holding you accountable in different ways, and that is an adverse effect for you. But that's not necessarily an unintended consequence, right? That is the actual intended consequence, is that you're being held accountable for work you did or did not do.
And one of the things, and for those people who aren't looking at our current policies side by side with this one, we know it's important for students to master content before they move on to the next course, the next grade. So in developing this, the committee did recommend raising the threshold for what would be considered passing. So it is actually higher in the proposal from this committee than it has been in our past policy in AR.
I just want to bring up something too from a procedure standpoint. The board is voting on the policy, not on the AR. We have adopted the practice of bringing the ARs along with the policies. But when we vote tonight, we are voting on this, not on the accompanying AR. I did hear some really good questions tonight about content in the AR, some missing things, some structural things. And I would be more comfortable if those were addressed. But because policy and AR are two different things, we can vote on the policy tonight and bring the AR back next month, cleaned up and addressing the points that need to be addressed. So
Yes.
just as a procedural point.
And that's on my list. I just could not look through all of those things as quickly while I was sitting there and trying to listen, so yes.
Well, I just have a couple concerns. Thank you for the zero there. What about, I can't read the due dates, I can't find it up on here, but is it still say that due dates I'm just concerned with the formatives. How are teachers supposed to, if we're going to have due dates, correct?
It's under L.
I know, I can't get it in here. L?
This last one,
This one?
that one, and then go to L.
Oh, okay. Okay, so I'm going to L.
It's long.
Okay. And it says due dates for assignments. Students are expected to complete assignments by the established due date. Students who are absent will have 2 school days for each day of absence to complete missed work. Perfect. Next paragraph. Missing and/or incomplete formative assignments may be submitted or completed for up to full credit if they are completed before the culminating summative assessment aligned to that formative work. So those are contradictory statements. There's no, I mean, if you say you're going to have a due date, and then what if the summative is, you have formative, and then 2 weeks later you have the summative? That gives that child 2 weeks to make that up. That's what, I think it needs to be in here, that the teacher will determine the date it is turned in, and there will be consequences if it is not turned in by that. That's a due date. And so also, how is the teacher supposed to assess, and if that is the reason for the formative, that they are going to prepare for the summative, and they're waiting until the end to do it, that doesn't make sense. And then then there are other formatives. So I think that language needs to be changed. The other thing is, I'm just concerned that the teachers have not seen this. It was said it was for public comment, it was sent out, but if you can specifically tell me when, where, and how it was sent out for public comment, for people to comment on.
Sure, I know that individual members who are on the committee have been sharing this work within their schools. Some of them have done informal surveys in their schools to get feedback. I can't say every single school, but as with all of our policies and our administrative regulations, all of that is available on our website, and there is opportunity for public comment regarding that. I can tell you that grading is a topic that teachers care about deeply, so I don't think there are people who are not aware this work is going on and what is happening with it. Again, we didn't receive any public comment besides what was here this evening that was shared. But our teachers do know our process for these changes and do know that grading has been a topic all year long.
I just want to let you know, I know teachers didn't know this was going on. And I think it's such a big deal that it needs to be, I think it's too much of a, like you said, grading is a huge deal. And I think if we wanted teachers to really put their input, you said, hey, look, it should have been an email or a Facebook or put out there to everyone to look at, especially for the teachers. A lot of them, or even in their staff meetings, hey, look at this policy. Look at what we're trying to do. We want your input. If we truly wanted their input, it would have been out there. So I'm a little concerned about that piece.
And again, I'm just going to offer that teachers contact me frequently on issues if they have concerns about them, and I did not hear from anyone regarding this. And just to remind the board that as part of our procedure for revising the policy, we have to set up a committee of teachers. And so we have had teachers who are the ones who are leading this work. They are leaders in this work. This is not coming from me. It is their work and their research and their best thinking and working collaboratively to kind of play out all those different scenarios and come to a conclusion about what's best at this time in terms of our grading practices. So I am trusting in their professionalism, and my hope is to get this in front of our teachers before they leave so that we can begin that heavy lift of making sure we're prepared and getting more voices in the conversation of what are the other things that may come from this.
It's such a big deal that if we aren't allowed to vote on it, maybe we should wait on it. And I don't know if I'm ready to bite the bullet, because I'm also, I would also like to know, how these grades will be calculated. Are we going to be calculating as a 3.5,
So again,
3.2? Is 0.75 passing? That's now
so all of that is outlined within the AR. I think one of the difficulties in trying to read through the AR is how we mark the changes in there. We have strike-throughs because this has gone through different iterations. It has different colors. But within the AR is intended to clearly outline how grades will be calculated. So all of that level of detail is in the AR. including examples of how it would be calculated for a quarter grade, a semester grade, and a year-long grade. That's in there, and it's, again, the same format as we had in our previous policy regarding how those calculations happen.
So so our teacher's going to grade on like math, how you're going to, that's the part that I don't understand. How will they grade? I can't explain that. So how are we going to pass
So
this?
you've seen previously that there was, and we did not include it on the one-pager because it was meant to be guidance for teachers. You may recall that from the one-pager last time, it was on the back. So if a teacher was grading and they're using their practices that they're familiar with, it shows them what the 97 converts to on this scale now. Anytime you're going to be putting a grade in PowerSchool, you need to have that numerical value. So that is part of what would be in the guidance document, so they could see that.
So it's a A, so it would convert to the 3.75. It was back on.
Yeah. Actually, the A on the assignment would be a 4. And that is, again, what you highlighted for me in our conversations previously. And that's why we made that shift there in the second reader AR.
Okay, I have a couple more things. So the grades are, these are numbers, and grades are reflecting what students know. I think that part is missing. I don't know if that goes in the AR or the policy, because we're talking about syllabus, right? And in each course, is this going to be in an AR, like the syllabus and the rubric, and what each course is going to outline, and what they are going to do, 10 formatives, 3 summatives, how it's weighted, and how the grade will be specifically calculated? Will there be 10 papers? We're going to read 2 books. All that.
There are 2 things there that you're asking about. One of them is defined within the administrative regulations, because again, we don't want someone just determining this is how we're going to calculate a student's grade. That is outlined in the AR. The other pieces you're referencing is what we are suggesting would go in a guidance document in terms of best practices for number of formatives before a summative. And we also talked previously about how our courses are so different for our students in grades 6 through 12. A 6th grade ELA course may have different number of assignments than a high school biomed class. So to try to define that within the AR would be more cumbersome than it could possibly be. But we also need to do that work in conjunction with our teachers, who again know best, like what are they doing now in their practice, and how do we come to some greater consensus about what that should look like.
So that would be explicitly stated in the policy, like look at the guidance document.
In the guidance document. Mm-hmm. Yep. And I also heard your concern previously that parents need to be made aware of that at the start of the course. Students and families should know what the learning is.
And how they'll be assessed.
Correct. Mm-hmm. And that will be part of what is built into the guidance document.
I'd just like to say I really appreciate how Dr. Einhorn, and I know the grading committee as well, that you've continued to work on this as you've heard various comments and questions from this board, and have continued to try to incorporate those into the policy as it has evolved, while at the same time continuing that thread of utilizing all of the research that the grading committee gathered. And it was really an amazing process to witness. So many teachers who are also parents on that committee. I thought that was such and maybe somewhat unique to Talbot County, how we have that in our schools, that we got those many different perspectives even within the committee. But I think that as a board, we've come to a point where we have done our very best to incorporate the goals that we have in our policy, these goals around increasing accountability and consistency, and at the same time supporting learning, and that being the ultimate goal. I think that it is time for us to bite the bullet and move forward with this. I think that we have worked really hard to come up with a really solid policy. It's not to say it'll be perfect. I think that it will benefit all of our students. I think it'll benefit our students who are seniors, and this is their last chance before they go out into the world to really learn how to buckle down and study for a summative, because that's the final grade, just like it will be in the rest of their lives going forth. So I think this will be very beneficial, and I hope this board at this point, after all of this work and input and evolution of this policy, will be ready to support it.
I agree. I think that, we have reliably hired teachers who are competent in knowing what is expected with their courses that they are teaching, and that we can be trusted that they will follow this policy and have the diligence to understand what the new policy entails. So thank you.
I'd like to make a motion that we accept the revised policy 9.25 with the revised AR, which will be cleaned up, and pending guidance.
I second.
All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? You got to say no.
I'm sorry, I'm not ready.
You say no, yeah. Okay. Capture that? Okay. We do expect to see the cleaned up AR at the next meeting. This policy did pass. So we will stay tuned for more updates, changes, cleaning.
And we will continue to give you updates as we move through the implementation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Okay, where are we?
We're done with questions.
Next up, we have personnel report with Dr. Horsey.
Good evening. Good evening. I would like to ask the board to approve the personnel report as discussed in closed session.
I would make a motion that we approve the personnel report as presented in closed session.
Second.
All those in favor? Any opposed? Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Horsey. Finally, we have our superintendent's report.
So the first thing, we heard at our Monday work session updates from our two principals that are using the Yonder Pouch. They gave us updates on a summary of how it's going, and we do know there is a state policy coming out, not 2627, but 2728, of a bell-to-bell cell phone restriction. And so we know we're getting ready to go into another school year. Right now, we have the Yonder Pouches in both of our middle schools. And so as we move for another school year, just wanted to put this out of a discussion of next steps, whether or not it's next month it's on the agenda for a discussion, your thoughts now about it, but wanted to bring that up knowing we just had the report from the principals.
I'm strongly in favor of being a leader in the state and getting ahead of the state legislation and implementing a bell-to-bell cell phone ban. Whether or not we elect to do that with expanding Yonder Pouches or not is obviously up for a vote, and obviously cost consideration. But let's get ahead of it.
I think it's needed. We need to do it.
I agree.
I also agree. I won't be here next month, so I would love it if we could hold off on that discussion until July, but I won't hold us all up if we feel it warrants earlier discussion.
I think in the interim, we can get some costs and kind of look at the details of what we currently have in our policy to see what we need to, any edits we need to make to adhere to what the state's saying.
Time, we're on a clock for the next school year, of course, so do we have time to implement a bell-to-bell ban and get the policy updated and everything before the start of the next school year?
Well, I think that the implementation is 2728, so I think, it's just talking to the team. I mean, we have grading communication that's going out and just seeing what that would look like. But I don't foresee it to be an issue for that. We already have a strong policy in place now, and I think just a few minor edits to that, we can make that work.
I was going to say that too. We have a fairly robust cell phone policy. We've talked about it fairly recently. What I would like to hear is more about implementation, and that's not necessarily a board level governance job, but still, our job is to make the policy and then to hear about how you plan as a district to enforce it. But I think it requires small tweaks to our currently fairly strong policy.
Yeah,
Roll
we
it
should
out
still
now.
Pull it though. Pull the policy, allow us to review it. We don't really need to, we could do that independently next to what the proposals may or may not be in the future and to see where we may land for future discussion.
I was just going to say, prepare them now before they come into next year.
So what I will do moving forward is to pull our policy, our AR, to see what the states have and have that alignment and make sure, give that all to you, and then we can move from there.
I think it might be helpful to bring some projections about what it would cost to implement Yonder pouches. I'm not sure that the board has an appetite for that, but it would be nice to know what it would cost.
Okay. The expansion, clarification, for the expansion, you were referring to the expansion? Yes. Okay, thank you. Okay. Okay, so we had a lot going on. We had our big annual community partner breakfast where we honored and celebrated each schools in our district office community partners. The superintendent's art gallery, it's always a treat to see the talent that we have here and the artwork that was displayed amongst our students in the district. The Read Alliance you heard a little bit about from Easton Elementary's presentation, and that was the graduation of our students and our teens. Dr. Carrie Wright, our Secretary of Education, came to White Marsh Elementary, and she did a tour. We had our career and technical education program finishers, and so we congratulate all of them for all of the hard work, and we want to celebrate them. And then, oh, we have a typo there. I want to thank you, TCEA, Talbot County Education Association, for their donation in memory of former TCPS administrator and my former principal, Mr. Roger Clark. And so they have their contribution made, which is a tree that is a gift that's being planted in his name. 8 trees. 8 trees. Thank you for that correction, Mr. Burke. Yes, one for every school.
For St. Michael's,
Oh.
for Easton, his 2 locations of work.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. And we have upcoming events, a lot still left in the last few weeks of school. And then before closing remarks, I just want to thank the grading committee for all of their work. And although I know some have thought just dropping the 50% would solve all the problems, but what this has done was allowed a learning for a lot of people to understand what goes into what teachers are doing who are closest to the work with our students. And it's allowed collaboration, listening to our teachers, our board coming together and collaborating with a lot of staff, teachers, and students to hear what's needed for all of our students when it comes to what they know and they're able to do, and the progress that's being communicated. That is a goal of ours, to continue to look at our policies to make sure they're updated and they're reflecting the work that we're doing in our school district. So I really want to thank the grading committee, Ms. Werner, Dr. Einhorn, Mr. Neal. I think Dr. Bullock led the elementary, Ms. Beatty, the whole team, and all the staff that were a part of that work. It was a lot of hours, I know, a lot of time, a lot of questions, but I think the perseverance and the tenacity that was shown is to be commended. So I want to thank you for that. Also, I want to thank the Easton Elementary team that got up, and you saw the theme of the K through 2 literacy and what you're seeing done for students who need various interventions, but just a lot of good practices around reading instruction here in the district. And then, Mr. Kapp, thank you for coming. I know he comes every year since we've brought the Clay team to talk about what they're doing, and I think making them stand here to read and articulate and talk about their program, and the one student who didn't make the team because of his grades, and so he worked hard and now he's on the team. So just to be able to highlight that and keeping me up to date as to all the celebrations and inviting me to the various activities is appreciated. So I want to thank you for that.
Thanks, Dr. P. Okay, closing remarks. We're going to start with Ms. Whelan-Cherry.
I want to thank Dr. Burkhart, Caroline Burkhart. Oops, sorry. I wanted to thank Dr. Caroline Burkhart with the CTE program. I had a meeting with her, I guess it was a couple weeks ago now, with a group of people getting an update on our CTE program, and they have changed for the Maryland Fire Rescue Institute, otherwise known as MIFRI, which was big to my heart, the fire program, where they're going to now allow juniors to be a part of that. You can only be a senior. So hopefully that'll bring more students to the fire and EMS program. And then, of course, I wanted to congratulate all the students who were recognized tonight, especially the ones who happen to be 4-Hers, because I'm a 4-H leader, and that is big to my heart. So thank you. And, of course, thank you to the grading committee. We need to celebrate on this one. And to our graduates who are gone now. So thank you.
Ms. Strawberry?
Congratulations to all of those who were recognized on this evening for such great achievements that are looked at every single month to month. We are bringing in the students who are recognized. We're bringing in staff and teachers who are being recognized. So I'm appreciative of the district for just allowing the time and the space to do that. A lot of districts do not recognize a lot of our achievements, and so I'm glad that we give an opportunity in the space to do so. I am going to miss our student board members. It seems like they're with us for such a short period, and they do such a great job, and they leave and they go off to college. So wishing them well and just grateful to be able to know them and to work with them. And thank you to the grading committee, everyone who comes and do their public comment. Thank you so much for all that you say and how you participate in the community.
Mr. Arias?
Right, well, I know it is late, so I, again, appreciate all who were recognized here tonight. I appreciate the wide range of groups that we see, all of the wonderful work that's being done by our teachers and in our schools and with our students. I love hearing from the clay team. I think that's such a valuable skill for them to learn. Appreciate the grading committee very much. I know that was a long labor of love, and we very much appreciate it. And I also would point out on that this undertaking to now look at formatives and have that be where we're doing the reassessment, that's actually going to be maybe a bit more work for teachers. I never heard that mentioned once. That was never an issue. It was always about what we can do to better support our students' learning and growth. So I just wanted to note that I admire that so much, that I saw that dedication in each and every meeting to the students and their progress. With that.
Ms. O'Connor?
Well, thank you, and thank you for our very own Topher Jackson for his wonderful Junior Achievement Award, and we will miss our representatives here, and thank you for bringing the boys, the young men in to speak. That is the highlight, that they can come in, these as young as freshmen, and just look up and deliver their thoughts. So that is spectacular. And yes, thank you to the grading committee. We can agree to disagree on some things, but I think it's going to be good. I think it is. I just do want to just point out that maybe for next time, with such a thing as a grading policy, where our teachers, our parents, that maybe could go out to staff meetings to say, hey, teachers, if you want to be on this, kind of as a volunteer. I don't know how they were picked, the different teachers, but maybe just to do better next time, to kind of get a larger group and have them have the opportunity to comment in such a way, because I've talked to people in different buildings that don't even know the grading policy was it was happening. So that's just my suggestion. Thank you.
Ms. Dodson?
I want to congratulate all the students who came tonight for recognition. I love seeing the clay shooting team. I feel like we kind of helped you found that group, and I'm really proud of what they're achieving, and it's great to hear them speak. I also want to thank the grading committee and especially all of you who put time into behind the scene discussions. I mean, I feel like Sarah Jones over there needs a round of applause also. And thank everybody for their time.
Okay. I would be remiss if I didn't call out my own kid who you saw earlier tonight. He is a junior achievement 18 under 18, and I am exceptionally proud of him. It's a huge award. It was a really cool event to be a part of, to go see the 18 young leaders on the Eastern Shore. The kids are really incredible, and I will just leave it at that, just sort of in general. Kids are super cool these days. Joe Cap, thanks for bringing your team to us. It feels like a real full circle moment every time you bring them in here. We are just so proud of everything you've accomplished. Not only did you do everything you said you were going to do, but you're doing so much more, and that is just really, really cool. I'm so psyched to hear that it's going to be the Talbot clay shooting team and that we can officially recognize St. Michael's as part of your crew. They need you, so thanks for being there for them. It's just much appreciated. I wanted to point out something about our teachers who are exceptional at standing and speaking in front of rooms of young people, younger and young, tiny little ones, but they don't always love coming to speak in front of rooms full of adults, and I know this about you, and I appreciate that you still show up anyway, and you bring your voices to a really important conversation, even if you don't want to, and even if it may be a struggle. We appreciate it and we hear you, and so shout out to everybody who stands up there at that podium and delivers important content to a room full of scary adults. So 2 thumbs up. Thank you for being here. Thank you for making public comment, everybody who does. We hear all of them, and we appreciate you very, very much. It's been a remarkable year. I won't be here next month, so this is my job well done, everybody. It's been a really incredible year. You all have accomplished so very much, and by you all, I mean every student, teacher, parent, community member who comes and engages in this way. Talbot County Public Schools is strong and thriving and growing every day. We are proud of the progress and the accomplishments that we have made so far, and we have our eyes on the prize, which is bigger, better, more, always and every day. We are just very, very proud of all of you. Thank you for being here with us, and I have talked enough. It is 9:40, and with that, does somebody want to make a motion?
I make the motion to adjourn.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Didn't think so. Good night, everybody.